It's been a while. Let me go ahead and message everyone, let them know that I'm actually live right now. There we go. All right. So we're trying out this multi-stream thing. So we'll see if it works. I've got to get the chat open. Okay, I've got the chat. We'll just move this over here. All right. So this should let me see the chat for everyone from all different streams. I'm doing YouTube, Kick, and Twitch. Just got back from TwitchCon, and I just got over being sick a little bit, and Dota, so it took a while, but we're back. Maybe I should put that on the stream, like we're back. Oh well. All right, so I didn't get a lot done over the break, because I was like actually going outside, touching grass, which I think I might have touched at least once, possibly. So there's that. Howdy, Shiraz. How's it going? So I've redesigned the model for the physics, and let me just adjust the volume here a little bit. How am I? Pretty good. A lot better now than yesterday. Yesterday I was still mostly recovering, and today I'm feeling a little bit better. All right. So, anyways, here's what I got currently for the new pool table, and I've moved it over here so you can actually see it. There's a bug in it right now or something because for some reason the other three models are missing. They're not missing, they're just like overlapping with these ones. Because of like rotation or something. So I have to fix that real fast. And then I have to remove the old pull table, which is this thick one here. Hopefully the plane will be enough. Let's see. The balls, though, are too small. I think the balls are too small. So if I go wherever the heck I had them before, I get like this image. Is it this one? No, it's not that one. Here it is. Right. So here's, I think, like a hall pool table. And one thing that you'll notice is that a ball here doesn't have really enough space. It depends, like where you're looking. Like from here, you got about 2 balls, but then like from the like thinnest part here, it's like a ball and a half. But you can see here, it's like 2 balls. So I got to make sure that this is the correct size. Hold on. I was editing photos. Let's try this again. Howdy, Regalia. No image data to paste. Should be. There we go. Am I done making Mind Goblin? I'm not sure what Mind Goblin is, Regalia. Alright, so we're gonna make... We got that one, and now we have a second one. Wait, what? Alright, we'll make a new layer. And we'll crop it. Okay. I get it. Okay. All right, Regalia. Sure thing. All right, so here it becomes pretty obvious that our holes are way too big. Howdy, Leslie. How's it going? About there. Uh, yeah, that's weird looking. Let's try that again. Somewhere right around there. All right. Now it becomes pretty obvious just how off our stuff is. Like the balls are fine, but the table is just crazy wrong. Problem is, I will have to fix this. How do you enjoy? Hi, Snicker. You heard Theo shut me up from a video a year ago where I was teaching Prime? Really? Oh, interesting. I keep seeing that video on my YouTube. I posted him at the time. Oh, okay, cool. Just helping me not fall for things like Mind Goblin jokes. Appreciate it, Regalia. All right. Hmm. So this is a bit of an issue. How do I solve the hole size and make sure that the holes are the proper size for pull? So the tricky part is that I think the hole size changes based on if it's like a hall or bar pull game. What kind of sorcery is going on there? So this is just me using GIMP. I've got two layers. One is at 50% opacity, the other is at 100%. So I can just line up an actual pull game to what we have for our thing. Just to see if it's roughly correct or not. And it's very much not. They are different. Now, I believe I still have photo. No, I guess I deleted Photoshop. Let's see. But I think I have Photo P. Oh, hi, Arcade. It's a little hard to see those chats because it's not on Twitch, but it's going pretty well. Let me move this over here so I can see it a little bit easier. All right, let's open up Photo P here. A shameless clickbait title. Oh, come on, League. I just haven't updated it yet. Hi, Kwai. How was TwitchCon? TwitchCon was amazing. I got to meet so many people. I met, in no particular order, I met Algebro, I met Prime, Rox. Rox was awesome. I met Chrissy. I met Mewtwo. I met like everyone basically. Only person I don't think I met was I didn't get to meet the guy who does is it Coding Garden or is it the other one? It's the big guy. I didn't meet I'm not even sure what his name is right now. Oh, Teach wasn't there. I didn't see Teach. Melky, yeah, I met Melky. Yeah, I met Algo Bro. Had to grease him. Basically, I met the entire coding section. Yeah. Um, it was awesome. You know, I actually got to hang out with people, got to chat. I met Chris, you know, see him Griffing. I met, oh, I don't remember some other names. A lot of really cool people, though. Did I meet Mewtwo? No. I met Mewtwo. Um, but I didn't meet any Pokemon. Howdy, Gavin. Okay, pool table, maybe it's this one. Yeah, okay, so this is the original. Did I meet the founder of Foon-o? Who, me? You mean the co-founder? Yeah, I met the other co-founder, but that wasn't at TwitchCon. Did I attend any weddings at TwitchCon? No. All right, so if I take this design and I cut it up into segments, I might be able to get the sizes to be correct, right? Because what I'm thinking is I can segment it like this. You know, you segment like this one piece here, and then like a 9 patch, right? How tall is Prime? Is as tall as you think he is. He's very tall. He's very cool. He's like Prime is a great guy. He's very empathetic. Like every time I've seen him, he's been nothing but wonderful. 5'2"? No, he's not 5'2". Hi, Dragnia. How's it going? All right, making sure I don't miss any messages from other stuff because we're allowed to multi-stream now. I can stream on all the platforms. It's amazing. But anyways, if I do it like a 9 patch, I guess it would have to be more than a 9 patch because I have to cut this out too. But if I do it that way, I could maybe shrink some of these. That would look weird though. All right. There's nothing I can do with this. I don't have the Photoshop file for this in particular. Should I work on that merge tab thing? Which thing, Regalia? The thing that I mentioned at TwitchCon? And thank you for the sub, Chronix. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you. All right. Like, I gotta get pool done, you know? So, okay. Maybe what I do is say that this is not Hall, this is something else. Because I think it's supposed to be bar. So if I adjust it to bar, I think that'll cause the balls to be a larger size. Oh, I mentioned having one merge chat from my streams. Yeah, so a funny thing about that, Regalia, I sort of had that, but Twitch lets you multi-stream, but you can't show the other chat up here. So I can only show the Twitch chat here. So I can kind of see the other chat from the other platforms, which I'm not going to mention by name. But I can't show it here. It's just one of the rules. But, you know, at least I can multi-stream. And if I set it up, I could have two separate streams going. So on the other platforms, I could show the combined stream, but I can't show it on Twitch. And right now, it's too much effort to run two streams. Like, I need probably a beefier GPU. So we're just not gonna do that right now. I guess I could set something up where I use my other computer as like a streaming computer or something, and then I can like split. It's a lot of effort. We're not doing that right now. But there's some things I could do. Howdy, Isaac. Okay, let's see. You know, someone who combine. Yeah, you can combine them for sure. It's just you gotta be careful because you're not supposed to show the other chats on Twitch. Okay. So I was thinking that that would make it the balls bigger, but I don't think the balls really got any bigger. Music is too loud? Oh, really? Let me see. Test, it doesn't seem like it's too loud. Is it too loud for anyone else? All right, let's see. Not too loud? Okay. Let me think here. What am I doing? All right. So if I change this from bar to snooker, does this change the size? Of the boss? I don't think the ball's actually changed in size. Let's see. I'll take a screenshot of this. Maybe this will help me figure out what's going on. Have I ever worked with pointers? Yep. I have, Grayson. Back when I was doing C++ and some C, you definitely deal with pointers. And constructors and destructors. Constructors and destructors, that's more just like object-oriented stuff. I actually, no, I guess the destructor is pretty C++. You can do it kind of in C if you do some really hacky, crazy stuff. You can like have destructors kind of, but it involves some weird name mangling and a bunch of crazy stuff that you probably shouldn't be doing. That's what you've been doing in university yet? Haven't had to do that in a long time. Destructors can be nice for like file handling and stuff. A couple other things, but Java kind of has a destructor. I forget. It's been so long. Okay, these balls look the same. What's really weird is that the resolution looks different. Like it looks way more clear here, so what the hell's going on with that? Did I move the starting hour? No, I just woke up a little bit earlier, Grayson. Well, this time, so I'm gonna try to stay waking up early. Okay, now it's high resolution. I'm not sure what happened there, but the ball size. Oh, I see. I see what's going on, kind of. So when I adjusted the table, the apex stuff here changed. So now this is all thrown off. So it's definitely doing something different. I guess I need to like look at how big that balls are. About 33 pixels there. They look like the same size to me. 34, 33. Okay, so that's the same. There must be another thing. I see why. Okay. You see this little like rectangle here? It's very faint. That rectangle is supposed to be the size of the board. It's not supposed to be this like huge thing on the outside, so that's what it is. If I change bar to snooker or whatever, the reason you didn't see the table be different sizes is because the table needs some kind of an adjustment. So we'll start with bar. We'll see what that looks like. And we'll go from there. Bitdefender Nagaro? What's that, Grayson? What do I normally build? I normally work on Foon-o. So this is Foon-o. It's a massively multiplayer casual game site with a lot of games. And I'm working on my first 3D game, Pool. So it's a lot of work. And I've been working on it for about 3.5 years. The different thing about Foon-o is that all of the games can be played with up to like 100 players, which you just don't really see anywhere else. Alright, so it's still too large. And then I've got to figure out, I forget if it's supposed to be the size between the bumpers or not between the bumpers. Playlist? It's a special playlist. I can't share it, unfortunately. Alright, so that's mostly the lines. So I'm kind of hard coding these values for now, but I will adjust them as needed once we get some other tables and other stuff. Is this React Native? No, this is TypeScript. Sorry, React, normal React. Do I only use TypeScript for games? Yeah, pretty much. But for the back end, sometimes I'll use Python or something else. For like the AI or something. Just kind of depends what I feel is best. And the reason why is because I like using TypeScript for everything, because it means that I don't have to teach people multiple languages. They can just learn TypeScript and then they can contribute. If I start doing things like using Go for the back end, even though Go is going to be faster, it's going to be harder for people to wrap their head around and share code between the two. Okay, so the first thing fixed is the table size is now correct, but now I have to change the walls. Right. Maybe that's too small. Howdy, monkey. Hashy, howdy. How am I doing? Pretty good. TwitchCon was amazing. It was better than I expected. Okay, I think what I need is to fix this model or something so that I at least have all of the sides. Did I avoid the TwitchCon plague? Oh, getting sick? I got sick, but I don't think I got sick from TwitchCon. I think I got sick from Dota. Yeah, I watched the Dota International after TwitchCon, and I got sick from that. It wasn't a very heavy sickness. Did I go there? Yeah, I went to TI. I was rooting for Gaming Gladiators at the end, but um, the other team won, Spirit. Top left and top right bumper, for some reason. For 0, 0, 1, 0, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's a different vertex, so why is it causing issues? Okay, dead pixel. Sure. So what if I do this? What if we don't have the top left or right bumper? And then we take the bottom ones. What happens if I duplicate linked? I move them up. I'm just gonna save them like this before I rotate them around and stuff, just to see what happens. Snicker, thank you for the sub. 17 months is incredible. Skill negative 1 on Y? Yeah, I know. But let's just try this first and see what happens, huh? I don't want to do that. How do I choose a different folder? I guess I just do it this way. Do pool bumpers work backwards? These ones do. Okay, you see that? They're still missing. Oh, well, that's because I named them wrong. Let's try that again. See, they're just missing. But if I do this... Let's see if it works now. So that's kind of what I'm trying to fix right now. Juicebox, howdy. Yeah, Juicebox is one of the people I met at TwitchCon. It was awesome. Like, I met basically everyone, right? It blew me away. I was very, very happy with how TwitchCon went. I was a bit like hesitant to go to TwitchCon actually, because I had friends who were in Seattle at the time. In my water stein? Thanks. Yeah, this thing's great because you can just like fill it all the way up and then it lasts for most of the stream. So you don't have to go downstairs quite as often. Not as cool as a car's giant water bowl, but you know, it's a water stein. How am I doing? Pretty good? How's it going, Jumpy? Everyone was super nice and easy to talk to? Heck yeah. Push-ups? All right. I'm still recovering, but okay, here we go. It's been a while since I've had to do push-ups. You never noticed my Titus? Yeah. I've got Titus in the corner over there, a bit off screen. The plants have eyes. Yeah, that's Spot the plant. All right, there we go. So let's see. Bram, howdy. Making sure I didn't miss any messages over on the other platforms. Okay. So for some reason, I'm not getting the others. Is it at least coming in here? So bumpers and table. Yep, we got all of them. Bottom left, right. So the problem is that the right bumper and the left bumper, the geometries for them are different. I was expecting them to be the same, and then they were just like overlapping, and that's what the problem was. So then why is there a problem with this? Rotation. I see. So this rotation is causing the issue. You can see there, it's got some rotation along the X or whatever, so it's like 180 degrees difference. And there's probably one other thing that I'm missing here. Okay, sure. So that's why the right bumper's broken, but then what about the top and the left? Or the top right and top left? Because these ones should be fine. X, Y, and Z. Are they just like super, super far away? I don't see them anywhere. So it can't be that. And there's no rotation on these, I don't think. I think I know why. Yep, okay, I think I know what's going on. It's because we didn't do the position. Which doesn't make a whole lot of sense. There we go. So then it's maybe I have to take the position, then I have to multiply it by the scale. Or what I do is I multiply the scale on the outer thing. And not inside of here. And maybe now the position will scale out. It's supposed to. Haha, look at that. Nice. All right, that worked a lot better. You asked what tech I'm using for the games? Yeah, sure. Oh, hi, Ozordi. This is my first stream that you're catching in months? In months? Wow. Where did I go? So, I was multi-streaming on multiple platforms, and then I decided to just focus streaming on Twitch. So Twitch recently relaxed the rules for multi-streaming, and so that is probably why you're catching my stream now, Azordi. Um, and yeah, so Twitch is still the best place to like chat with me, but now you can watch the stream, wherever you prefer. Right. As for the tech that I'm using React, TypeScript. I believe you can type bang stack if you're on Twitch, and you can see all the things I'm using. Kind of. Some of these are out of date. I no longer use Chime. I no longer use the real-time database for Firebase. I don't use SSE. I switched out for WebSockets because I needed the client to send packets very fast. PyScript? I don't really use PyScript. Nope. Don't do that, Snicker. Let's see. Okay, I think I've answered all the questions. Cool. Actually, you know what? Let me move this little thing here over there, and now I can hopefully see it a little bit better. Thoughts on HTML5? I haven't really tried it enough to have a strong opinion on it. I took a quick look at it, and I didn't really see what the benefit would be. This whole like swap thing, I just felt like JSX was a little bit easier. So I never really got into this. But, there's a lot of ways you can make something awesome, right? There's not just one solution. Is the pull thing React 3 Fiber? It is. And the hard part about this is trying to make the performance good when you don't have hardware acceleration. So this here is no hardware acceleration. This is without any hardware acceleration at all. And of course, it's going to be a little more performant because this is all debug, right? So you can see the physics and things. Some stuff is a bit strange though, like these balls here are acting odd, and I don't know if it's because I've got two tables right now, and so they're just kind of like stuck in between the two tables. I'm hoping that's what it is. So we'll keep working on this and cleaning that up a little bit more. And hopefully this bar size is a bit closer to what it's supposed to be. Oh, what am I using for the 3D objects here? This is Blender. So Blender is how I can create 3D objects and things. I'm using this specifically for the physics because I needed the physics to be in 3D so that you can have like actual walls. Otherwise, it's a little tricky, right? All right. Like the other idea is we just do something and we make this programmatically, but I want to allow the artists more freedom. Oh, you wouldn't. Oh, HTMX is good for CRUD and Serum stuff. I could see that. Yeah, I could see it being useful for things like that. Let's see. So I need to fix the bumpers. So if I just go back to the other ones. We'll see if this magically works. Howdy, Heike. Doing pretty well. All right, there we go. So now I just have to get the yellow stuff to line up exactly with the table, and then once I do that, we're done. I can go on and maybe work on getting the server up and running. Let's try shrinking the scale here a bit. Unfortunately, I have to like restart or refresh every time I do this. It's a bit annoying, but it is what it is, I guess. One thing that's a little tricky as well is I've got to okay. One of these is offset. There we go. That's pretty aligned, I think. Now you might be wondering, why don't I just include the table here like this, right? And while I could do this, you can see the table actually is there. While I could do that, it would force the table to be part of the canvas. And here, the table actually lives outside of the canvas. And this is very important because it means that if the canvas has to be like worse resolution, it doesn't make the table a lower resolution. So the table can live outside of the canvas and it's a very high resolution, so it looks a bit crispier and nicer. And that helps. But it does cause extra complications. All right. It's mostly lined up. Maybe it's just a little bit too big. Let me shrink it just a teeny tiny bit. That's pretty close. Yeah, I'd say it's close enough. Actually, let's maybe reduce this a bit. Oh, that's the wrong direction. Right there, I think is good. Much better alignment. Okay. So we did that. We've got the collider for the table geometry. This needs to change. So we got the pull table. So it currently gets the geometry from there, but my geometry is actually from this GLB now. All right, so this part's tricky. So this GLB is from a file, and it defines the table's geometry. Hold on, there's another thing I want to test. First of all, is this the correct... kind of like ball size? Eternal, howdy. Good evening to you. So if I move this ball right about here... See, this is kind of my concern, is because it looks like the hole is still too big. Because if you were to do that over here... I mean, it's closer. It's definitely closer. This could be useful too. A JD, dude, howdy. Oh, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Oh, I don't see the raid on this other chat. I only see it if I look at down there. All right, appreciate it. Thank you for the raid. How goes Foon-o and pull physics? It's tricky, right? So this is like the third iteration of the pull table. The first iteration I got back didn't have the diamonds. The second iteration I got back, the pull table didn't have the correct width and height. This one at least does, but I don't think the holes are the correct width. So I need to send it back again to get the correct hole size, or I have to modify the image myself somehow. A lot of crazy stuff. Let's see. The Captain Coder. What is it that you code in? Let's see, Godot. Oh, interesting. Oh, so you're like a game dev. You're using the whole like Godot engine. I thought about using that at one point. But I don't know how small you can make the bundle size. Anywho. So you've got a width and a height there. I don't know if this is for a bar table or a hall table though. Let's see. Unfortunately, that one's in feet. I think it's probably fine. Godot can do browser? Yeah. Yeah, you can. You're learning Godot while trying to find a job? Fair enough. You know, if you make any games, you can stick them up on sites like Crazy Games, Addicting Games, and like a couple others. And maybe make a few extra dollars while you know, make different games and look for a job or whatever. Okay. Wait, this is just percentages, right? You have one you're about to release? Oh, nice. Feel free to link it. So here's what we'll do. Let's figure out what our dimensions are in pixels. And we'll just do a conversion. Is HTML5 the successor to Flash? I would say so. Okay, so it looks like the diameter of the hole is what we want. Which is about 80 pixels. But then the 2.82, oh no, 2.54 is the play area. It's just 1403. We did a little bit of math. Okay. Our holes are huge, like twice the size apparently. Doesn't make sense. Alright, take care, JD. So if these are the correct dimensions, our holes are twice as big. I feel like it shouldn't be that hard to find, like, this information. The holes look way too big. They do. I was hoping that, like, maybe if I just change it to bar size, it would make the holes look the right size, but they still look way too big. What if I look at 8-ball pool? If I just take this image and we overlay it. Let's just cut the opacity there. All right. So this will be useful. What I can do is I can compare the two to like what an actual pool table looks like. Let's see if maybe Miniclips also has it too big. And then I can compare Miniclips to what we have and see if they look the same. What made me pursue this project? Pool is one of the most popular games on mobile and on the web. And so we're making a pool game. Basically as simple as that. I'll be back one sec. Alright, I'm back. 0.2 smaller. What? For the holes? It's not that simple, unfortunately. Alright, so this is Miniclips. And looking at Miniclips, it's pretty far off. Mathel, thank you. I appreciate it. You too. Is Foon-o backend written in Express? Yes, it is. For now. So this maybe needs to be closer to about there-ish. Okay, so that's helpful. Let's just anchor the layer there. Okay. So now I can compare the two. Ah, no. Let me go back to where it was floating. Let's try this again. There. Dude, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. Thank you for the gift sub. How's the pool game going? Well, you can see I've got this is just an image. Okay, here it is. I've got a new pool table. I've got the new kind of geometry. So I'm fixing that up. I have to think about like how I want to handle the geometry because the current one gives me the dimensions, like the width and the height of the play space, but it doesn't include the holes. The 3D effect, because it's actually 3D. Yeah, you know? So anyways, I might have to change the size of the holes because the holes are too big still. Even though I changed this to be like a small table. So I gotta figure out that. But anyways, what I'm trying to do now is I'm trying to figure out if we're the only one with this issue or if it's also in other games. Because Miniclips is the most popular pool game. So first off, it looks like the balls are a lot bigger in Miniclips. Let's see. Maybe about there-ish. But you can see the holes are basically the same size as Miniclips. So maybe the problem is I just have to make the balls bigger. And what's LCP? Oh, longest contentful paint, or largest contentful paint. I did some stuff on Foon-o before to fix the LCP for Foon-o. I don't know if I want to show off how it's done, because it might get patched. So we're just... We do some magic stuff on Foon-o for LCP. Goal is to make it big in the mobile store? Yeah, at some point. How does the game stand out? We're gonna have a lot of other features. So you'll be able to equip different tables, maybe have like, instead of it just being this traditional thing, you know, it is some funky shape. And I don't know, we'll come up with a bunch of different ways to play, which will make it interesting. Howdy nuts. But it's just part of like the whole Foon-o experience, right? You've got levels and achievements and high scores and lots of different games to play and level up in. So what then? Do I just increase the size of the balls with anything? Well, if the balls are too small, then they will go in the holes a lot easier. And that's not going to be great. So we have to make sure that our ball size is as close as possible to the correct size. I think what I need is I need a game of 8-ball pool where it's like, I need it racked. Yeah, like this one. Let's do that. Let's just move it into place. That's good enough. Let's see. You love to see a combination of pool billiards mixed with other board games? What do you mean by that one, dude person? Like, if you could have you know, the best pool game, or you know, anything you want out of billiards, what would it be? Think about that size, maybe. That's close enough. See me stream on a more friendly EU time. Yeah, I'm trying to stream earlier, Heiki. You like floaties in your pool? Not that. Wait, hold on. What? Not that kind of pool. Oh man. All right, so now if I just take the size difference of my cube or my ball. So we're at 36 and they're at about 47. About 1.3x higher. But like, if I do this, it doesn't make any sense. It makes it line up with 8-ball pool, but it's not proper. All right. Well, at least I left a comment explaining why I'm doing this crazy thing. I think 1.3x is a little bit too large. Why do they look enormous now? That can't be right. Let's try that again. That looks pretty normal to you. It looks huge. Next to the holes, they look normal. That is true. Well, let me figure it out. Let me figure out, like, what the spacing is like here. So we've got 241 out of 791. ours we have and 662. $241. Yeah, that's what I thought. They are different. What drew me to video games? I've liked video games my whole life. I don't know. I've just always been on the internet and enjoyed video games, like, as long as I can remember. Do I have favorites? Yeah, of course. My favorite video games are like Majora's Mask, Final Fantasy X, um I guess you could say old school RuneScape, um vanilla World of Warcraft, specifically vanilla, but they stopped updating that game so long ago that I don't play it anymore. I'm hoping that with Vanilla Plus, or Classic Plus, whatever they call it, I'm hoping they take the approach that old school RuneScape did, because I would like to see more content and more horizontal progression and stuff like that. Things for lower levels, right? Make it more interesting. Classic Plus may come at BlizzCon. That would be awesome. That would be really, really great. Oh yeah, I also saw one of the WoW streamers, or Diablo streamers, whatever, at TwitchCon. So I got to the Partners Lounge, because finally partner this year. And I don't know his name. It's this one guy. I watched some of his YouTubes. I never talked to him though. I didn't have the courage to walk up to him and be like, "Hey, I've seen your streams." So I just kind of I saw him. I was like, "Okay, that's enough social interaction for me. I'm gonna go back, hide in my little corner." Horizontal progression, yeah, it's awesome, Hanky. I never got too much into Guild Wars 2 though, because with Guild Wars 2, like, you hit the max level and then just there's no more progress you're making at all. Like, I want to still get stronger, just a little bit, like 0.5% here and there, 0.1% stronger. Like, I should still be able to get stronger. Anywho, so the difference here is about 20%. So if I take this divided by 0.3644833836858 times 1.3. So apparently that's right. Let's see. That might be too small now, though. So that's still 662, and this is 201. Well, I got that part of it right. Like, here, it's fine. But I feel like the ball size is too small now. Let's see. So if that's 50, then that is 82. So if that's 70, then I'd expect it to be about 40 something. And 38. It's too small. I guess I just fudged it a bit. Is there a ratio for ball and hole? I wish, dude person. I wish. And thank you, Anonymous. Hi, pretty lady. You're from North. Well, okay, well, thank you. Thank you, Anonymous. It's very kind of you. Now, unfortunately, I can't just adjust the hole size. The hole size is kind of fixed. Which is an issue because it means I can't get the right dimensions for the ball unless I go back to the drawing board and completely remake the pool table, but it's really hard to do that because I'm talking to a designer who is designing it, and so a lot of stuff gets lost in translation. How many lines is Vinny? That's about the same. Go to a real pool table and measure it. I should. And that would probably help. Yeah, just about 140K. 150 if you include some of the other stuff. Does this count comments? No. If you include comments, then Foon-o is just take this and add it to code, right? So this does not include blank lines. It doesn't include comments. It's just code. If you include all that other stuff, it's like 170, 180,000. It's actually good code. Well, thank you. Right, so I want to take the size of this, see if maybe it's kind of okay-ish. Maybe my balls are too far apart. That's what it is. The balls here are touching. That's why they're so big. So I wonder, can I get the balls any closer? Problem is if I get them closer, and then when I break it, it doesn't feel right. Howdy, Bija. How's it going? Alright, so let's go people full game. Let's see. Arg. So I've got ball jiggle, and then I've got having the space makes the break look more natural. Is that the minimum amounts? Kind of is. Oh, it's Bjorn. Okay, howdy. Great to see you. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I just got back from TwitchCon and from the Dota International, watching that, and recovering from, being sick and everything. So hopefully I'm no longer contagious. I won't make y'all sick. Alrighty. So if that works, now I have to get the table dimensions. Now there's two ways I can do this. Well, one way is we actually have this table thing where I do the geometries in 3D and I just try to line it up. The other solution is we just make the table itself a big rectangle, and then we punch holes in the table because we know where the center of it is and we know how big the holes are supposed to be. So how can I do a combined mesh thing? All right, so what I want to do is, and let's see, what is this? React repair. We want to start with the plane. Holes punched out of it. That should be a rigid body. Grayson, howdy. What hat should I wear? Bloating after fast food? Yeah, it's like, I don't know if it's lactose intolerance or something. I'm not sure. A dealer's choice? Okay. In that case, I'll wear a hat that I haven't worn in a very long time. It's a little hard to wear this one with headphones, so it's just gonna kind of sit on top. A bit sunny, yeah. I wear this when I go outside sometimes so I don't get, sun on my head. Well, how does that work? It doesn't look to me like that would actually work. Like, I've seen this before. I've seen some kind of a mesh with holes. I just don't remember where I saw it. Do I use Java? I used to, like 4 years ago. You've never seen someone use JetBrains just for TypeScript? Yeah, I started with Java, and that's how I got into JetBrains. Oh, here it is. So this geometry has holes cut out of it. Subtraction, that's the magic. Addition, subtraction, difference, and intersection. So, for example, if I don't subtract, now the money is fine. Subtraction removes it from the mesh, right? Finite Singularity, howdy. How's it going? Yeah, so I also met Finite, who was really awesome at TwitchCon. I met a lot of people at TwitchCon, okay? It was amazing. How's it going? We're still working on pool. I've got some of the physics done. It was fantastic meeting you at TwitchCon. Thanks. Yeah, same to you. It was awesome. So what I'm thinking is I don't actually want to use Blender for the table geometry. I think we're just going to use this subtraction stuff. Cranking out an OBS filter, advanced masking, very cool. Let's see. The most advanced stuff I do is just like this really simple physics stuff and just trying to learn how to do this 3D stuff. What am I doing? So I'm working on Foon-o, right? Casual multiplayer game site, and we're working on Pull. So right now the goal is just to get the physics working really well, get something that will hopefully work and be as configurable as possible so you can have different table sizes, different table layouts, maybe have some pool tables that have like sand ditches or other things that have different physical properties to them. Or like some tables which might have like a bump or hills or whatever, right? So that it is a bit different. But I want to be able to support all that stuff. Which if I want tables that have that, it's almost like I do need to do it this way with the geometry and not rely on subtractions. Because the subtraction will work really well for simple tables, but as soon as we have like dips in the table or hills, it no longer works. So let's do this. I'm making a bubble. Yeah. Full table walls. Now I believe I have something here where the table walls don't show immediately. Or something, yeah. This show balls thing. So how does that work? Show the balls only after the table has been created so that the balls don't fall through the world. So if I use this thing, you have a similar hat? Let's see. A very cool hat. Nice one. Yours is way cool. You've got like these little like dot things on it. You gotta go shoot pool now? Nice one. I need like a pool table or something. Alright. So let's see. It's almost like I just want this. Like I want both of them to use the same hook. And then we just use the table geometry instead. Which isn't great. Because then like it's like what's the point of having this pool table here? Why do I prefer IntelliJ over WebStorm? This is a superset. It does everything that WebStorm does and more. Right? So that's why. I don't like to configure my IDEs for every programming language that I want to use. I just want to configure it once and just be kind of done with it. So now I've got the shadow material there. This is breaking because we're using table geometry there. It's cheaper to go out and shoot one. Yeah, I should do that. But then I gotta go outside, you know? That's what I would do. I wouldn't actually own one. Alright, I broke this somehow. What did I do? Geometry is not iterable in Polygon. Polygon. Table.geometry, that should be fine. Ah, the geometry is a different type. Because it's a mesh with a geometry. Ah, that's weird. Try that again. Okay, what's broken now? Polygon not iterable. I thought I already changed that. Ah, there's two polygons. I see, I see. So then why do I need the shadow material to be separate from the other one? Do I even use a shadow material anymore? Because I thought I had fake shadows. This can go away. Never mind, it can't go away. Apparently I do use the shadow material for something. Because now there's no shadow at all. Oh yeah, because like I use like I don't remember what I do exactly for the fake shadows. I do something weird. Here's my shadow stuff. Is this React? Yep. React 3 fiber. And anyways, this is my shadow. It's like a hook thingy. And it just uses like a cheap little mesh instead of an actual shadow. All right. So we do need this. Wonder if that's enough. You thought this hat was AR? No, it's real. It's a bit strange looking. So currently the table is positioned below everything else. Let me just see what I have currently. Yeah. Okay, so that's where it's supposed to look like. You see the shadow there? It's like this soft shadow. That's what's supposed to happen. And that is now missing. And the whole table is just absolutely enormous. Oh, the shadow anticipating the movement? Yeah, I fixed that off stream. So that no longer happens. The shadows are now exactly where they're supposed to be. You can't even tell that it's faked. In fact, the shadows also move. So you can see on the left side, the shadow is to the left, and then on the right side, the shadow is to the right. Because I know where the center is, and so I can just slightly shift the shadow as if there is a light source. And it's extremely fast and performant. But for some reason, I lost the shadow, and I don't know why. Maybe I have to set position. I feel like I shouldn't have to. Maybe it's just that the position is too low. So now I've got to figure out why this isn't what I want it to be. It could also be that maybe I need depth or something. So maybe like the normal, like maybe the shadow is on the opposite side? Nope. That's weird. I wonder what happens if I put the regular geometry back. What I was thinking is, this would at least get the shadow back in place. And it didn't. So is there something else I'm doing wrong? Okay, so now the shadow's there. But then when I make this change, the shadow goes away. Right? Okay, now the shadow's gone. So I wonder then, maybe the circle shadow is finding the wrong thing. We want to project the shadow onto the first object below our current world position. Wolf, howdy. Thank you for the sub. Yeah, I'm back. I would have been back yesterday, but I was still recovering. I was still sick. I was a bit too sick to stream, so I think today is like the first day that I'm probably well enough to stream. TwitchCon was amazing, by the way. You have a bone to pick with me. Why, what's up? Am I using any app to save the articles or videos that I find interesting? What? No. I just have tabs. So if I want to see something or watch something, I just open up a new tab. And then I end up with like 50 to 100 tabs. And then, you know, maybe at some point in the future, I go over it and take a look. Jen, howdy. All right. So, I think I know what the problem is. And here's the problem. See this? The balls are low. And because they're low, it's not projecting the shadow onto the table because the table is above the ball, so there's no shadow to project. Show an advanced generic type in my project? Oh god. Let me think. What's the craziest one? This was fun. So this is how I do make achievements. This is kind of special because it needs to be fully typed and I need to be able to know all of the achievements and everything. And some kind of crazy way. And I need as much type information as possible. So, for example, if I do control space here, I need to know all the different item IDs that are available for me for the rewards. I need all of the information for, you know, whatever the requirements are here for like different achievements. And whenever I'm done with the achievements, I need it to be able to know all of the different achievements that exist for that game, because I need to know all of the available achievements across every game, right? And to do that, I use this real special thing where it's like, I forget what the name of this thing is. It's where you have a function that returns a function, something. I probably even mentioned the name of it up there. Oh yeah, function currying. Did I code it to make it look 3D? Oh, the pool game? No, it's actually 3D. Like, it's straight up, it's 3D. But, yeah, I don't have to think about these types. So, once you do it once, then it's kind of done. Other crazy things is I've got, like, this try-call thing. Or call thing. So, I know all of the different API calls I can do. And depending on which one I have, it will tell me, along with the actual documentation there, what I need to include in it, right? Which is very helpful. So I don't have to go looking for my stuff, or if I ever get confused, I could just control Q and it's just right there. And the way that works is it uses this really happy thing. That's not too complicated. I thought there was some, oh yeah, here it is. For like call, it does this thing with args where you only pass in the args if you have extra arguments to pass in. So that's what this thing is. You can see here that the type of it is, if it like actually has some value here. Oh yeah. If there are no values at all, so meaning that the empty object extends it, right? So it's like a superset, then there's no extra arguments. Otherwise it's whatever the type of it is. All right, so those are some fancy types in Foon-o. There's a lot. That's just a few. And there's also ones like this, site images. This is a type of every file that exists that's an image in Foon-o, along with its width and height. And so this gives me autocomplete for all of the images. And the way that is generated is from a small Rust file. All right, but anyways, back to the pool game. I need to raise the geometry of the table so that it's not lower than it's supposed to be. So now how do I get it to be at position 0, 0? All right, welcome back, Wolf. How was TwitchCon? TwitchCon was amazing, Wolf. I got to meet so many people. It was like 30 people that I met or something absolutely insane. I got to talk to basically all of the Twitch streamers. Met some folks? Yeah, I met a lot of people. Is this what the bone to pick with me is? What's... You heard other things as well. This is... Okay, what... I'm curious. What's this leading up to? Right? Alright, let's see. So, let's see. Match geometry. The suspense matters in this situation? Come on, Wolf, you're killing me. Alright, let's see. Is there anyone I met that you're familiar with? Yeah? I met Algo Bro and let's see, who else? I met did I meet... Oh, I think there's another streamer. Is it Tawny or... I think I met Tawny. Yeah, I met Tawny. And Chrissy and a bunch of other people. Interesting. Okay, well, I think someone's jealous. Let's see. Uh-huh, yeah. Just curious. Uh-huh, I see. Build up to your point? Okay. Did I do something I wasn't supposed to? I'm so curious. What if I take this table geometry and then I adjust it? Did I mention your name? I don't know. I felt like I didn't, but I hope I didn't. Maybe I don't know. I did? Oh, hell. I don't know who. I called you brilliant to Chrissy? Oh. I'm sorry, Wolf. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. You wanted to give me heck for no reason? Alright. Unbelievable. But yeah, my apologies. Let's see. It was a joke. Well, yeah, but you know, I try not to say that stuff. Alright. Oh, I called you Wolf? Oh, well, yeah, that's no problem then. I thought you meant like your name, right? You know? Alright. So if this is table... Get bounding box. No, it should have like... Where's the actual geometries in here? Another bone to pick? Oh my gosh, how many bones to pick do you have? Oh, you got sketches. All right. Oh, there's so many. I don't know what my favorite one is. All right, let's see. Index, buffer, mark attributes. How the hell does this work? I see. So we got like a whole bunch of positions there. And then I guess this is like XYZ maybe over and over again. Does that make sense? Let's see. Yeah, it could be. So this could be like XYZ, XYZ repeatedly. Okay, that must be what it is. Okay, so then if I take all of these, I can adjust it upwards so that the table is where I want it to be. Okay. So I'm guessing this is just a buffer geometry. So let's do this. It's whatever the it's not, this table is not a buffer geometry. It's let's just save it as that is. Handing out the vid without warning? What do you mean, Wolf? What vid? Oh, COVID. Yeah, I don't think I caught it, Wolf. I had like 3 vaccines. But I did catch a cold like when I got back. A few days after I got back, I caught a cold. I think from Dota. But it was a very light cold. So it was like a sore throat and then a little bit of sniffles. Yep, that's right. How is he? How's the co-founder? He's doing pretty well. I think he just got back, so he had a few extra days. Let's see. Gonna talk about it? Okay. All right, Wolf. As soon as I finish my stream. Anyhow, right. I was logging this because I wanted to see what the type of this table was. That is a mesh. That's convenient. So that means this is not an object, it's a mesh array. This is a mesh. Maybe I just say it's mesh props instead of a mesh. The game looks great, thanks. Okay, so we've got the table there. Now, where's the table at? What else did I do? Did I miss you? Heck yeah, I missed you, Wolf. I missed streaming, I missed talking to everyone. That's not cap. Unbelievable. So now I have this. I need to pass this geometry so I can like zero it out. And I think it's tricky. It's like if I have sand pits, they could be lower than position 0. So much showing to catch up on? Heck yeah. I wonder in Blender, can I reposition an object at position 0? Because that's kind of what I have to do here. Like if I take this, really what I want is it to be at position 0. Did I code on my phone? No. I did not code on my phone. My hole puncher? What is my hole puncher? Yeah, it took like an actual vacation. My poor GitHub. Like, you look at my GitHub, it's like empty. See that? There's like multiple days with no contributions. Oh, my whistle hole puncher. July. So, wait, what was in July? Was this a vacation? Oh yeah, yeah. This was Disney World. Yeah, this was Disney World, and then this was like another vacation. So Dota in Singapore? No, Dota in Seattle. In Blender? How can I? What's the bloating after fast food conversation? Well, I might be lactose intolerant or something, so I gotta go talk to my doctor about that. Um, let's see. Particles, physics, constraints, data. There's all these things. I'm guessing one of these will let me line it up. Wait, so this... Ah, heck. So the table is already transformed at 0, 0, 0. So I've got to do something where I edit all of the points then and bring all of these to position 0. But like I can't just do this, right? because it's going to be slightly off. You never want to go back to LA? You'll have to tell me what it was like. Like, how do I reposition all of the vertices so that their y is 0? I don't want to move the mesh. How can I move the index of individual vertices so that they're at 0? Should I go on to TwitchCon? Yeah, definitely. I think I already said that. Let's see. To edit mode, set Z value, press GZ0. Wait, you can do that? Let me try it. GZ0. Wait. Does that actually work? GZ, let's move it down. GZ0. 0. Oh, come on. GZ0. Did not do what I wanted it to. Where did I get this old lady hat? Old lady hat, Wolf. Unbelievable. I've had this hat. Thank you very much. I got it a long time ago. Do I like it? I mean, I bought it. Unbelievable. Type 0, press enter. Heck, I did. Maybe it has to be capital. No, it can't be capital Z. All right. Select all of the vertices, open the sidebar, and hover over the X value. What the hell's the X value? I don't see anything about this. Hover over the X value and hit 0. World scene layer. Howdy, Pablo. I'm just trying to figure out how to take all these vertices that I have for the tables and just line it up so it's at position 0 exactly. Because I need it to be at position 0, and I could do this in code, but if I do it in code, then I have to do it for everything, and then if I've got like weird table shapes, it doesn't work too well. So I wanted to figure out how to do this in Blender. And I'm trying to figure out like just how to move them all. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Like I can move them from a position. That's just a delta. That's not. Snap vertices sounds like kind of like what I might want. I think I did it. Let me try that again. Let's move it down. Right click, snap vertices. Figure it. That worked, but my geometry messed up. Hmm. So that's perfectly lined, but I don't want to have to recreate everything again. That would be dumb. There's gotta be an easier way to do this. I have an idea. For now, let's just do it this way in code. And then we'll come back to this at some point, and I'll probably do it off stream once I figure out how to do this. Um, All right, so I get my geometry here, which is some buffer geometry. I don't know how this works exactly. So let's see, attributes, normal and position. Do I have to adjust both? I do. Oh, the normal is just zeros and ones. So that should be fine. We don't have to touch the normal. This is what I have to change though. Simple enough. This is not the Z indices, it's the Y. I don't want to modify the input because that's a bit strange. But it is a little bit complicated. Because the geometry is like attributes and all this other stuff inside of it. Well, if I know the offset, maybe I don't have to modify any of this. Get geometry and Z offset. And now I'm wondering if this image is perfectly aligned in the center as well. It's not. And that explains why I have to have like an offset for everything. Yeah, so at some point I need to learn how to center stuff in Blender. Because like this here, for example, is not centered where it needs to be. Hmm. It seems to be aligned. Odd. Alright, anyhow. This table is a buffer geometry. Oh heck, how does this work? Position array. That is a mouthful. There we go. Because it's the Y positions, so it starts at index 1. Trying to scale align by axis in Blender. Yeah, Pano, I'm trying to make it so that all of the vertices, I just want to take their, whatever their Z coordinate is, and just set it to 0. Can you paste a link? Yeah, go for it, Piano. Oh, this is an ad. I was like, wow, that's really cool. Okay. Oh, there's transform. And then you can just go there and you can modify. Okay, hold on. So if I go here. Let's see. Why does they have like medians and all that other jazz? Maybe I have to do 3D cursor? Options, transform. No, it must be something else. I'm not missing. This is typically a trivial task to do in 3D, right? Yeah, I'm sure it is. But why does he have more options for his transform than I do? For an orthographic, it shouldn't matter what view I have there. I don't know what the hell proportional editing is. Can I show the right menu on stream? Yeah. One thing I noticed is that, oh, this is the sidebar. Okay. I see how to do it now. Now I can just go here, boom, set it to 0. And now it's perfectly at 0. Cool. That's amazing. I just learned something very important. So the problem is I was clicking on this options for the transform, not the sidebar. Okay. Monitor's too big? Yeah. Yep. Thank you. That solved my problem. Like, you did it. And now I bet I can figure out why this is offset. So if I just set this to 0 and set this to 0, and now that's perfectly where it's supposed to be. And now I can see everything else needs to be like shifted slightly. And now I won't have to mess with stuff. Thank you. What monitor setup do I use? Big O monitor. Also big monitor. 2 big monitors. Ah, this is great. Okay. So now I can just take all this jazz. Let's see. And let's move it up. Grab it and move it this way. Okay, let's try that again. I think that's pretty well aligned, I'd say. Let's remove the table, just make sure the bumpers are exactly where they're supposed to be. Nice. All right. Oh, this is so much better. Thank you. This is actually so helpful. All right, so now I can save this. And we'll export my GLB. We use compression to make it small, limit it to visible objects. I think I can make it smaller too, because a lot of the sides are the same, so I think there's a way I can just like, when I duplicate them, I can just say duplicate linked, and maybe that way it'll make the data smaller. Unsure, haven't tried it yet, but it would make sense. The pull ball Y position. The pull balls aren't done this way. The pull balls are just done programmatically. That was amazingly helpful, Piano. Thank you. All right. So now some of the stuff is going to be off, and that's because it's right where it needs to be. I don't need these offsets anymore, I don't think. Perfect. Perfectly centered, perfectly balanced, as all things should be. And look at that, the shadows are back because now the table is exactly aligned. It's perfectly aligned. Only thing is that I have to use the scale here because it's way too big. Do I support scale for the polygon? I don't. Wait, do I need this though? Oh, the mesh collider doesn't have a scale. No scale on this one then. So let's remove this polygon. Let's see if the shadow is still there. The shadow is gone. I don't know why. The table is not aligned. Of course it's not. Interesting. So it likes this polygon, but it doesn't like this one. What is polygon? How does this work? All it is a mesh. Where the geometry gets extruded to the depth. I wonder if it matters. I wonder if it needs to be thick in order for the shadows to exist. So there's these two things here, this polygon and this one here, right? This one, the shadows don't work, and the table is in the wrong position, which doesn't make any sense. Yeah, the table here is perfect. Two different world positions. Yeah, it does look like that, doesn't it? But I'm pretty sure that, yeah, they're perfectly centered. And we're not messing up the table geometry at all. Let's see what it logs. What's it actually using? Because we suspect that the y index is going to be 0. So if we go to attributes position, I should see like a bunch of zeros. Yeah, so that's basically a 0. So that looks right. I'll be back 1 sec. All right, I'm back. So how is it the table is no longer lined up with this? Wait a minute. What? It almost looks like there's two separate of these, like, on top of one another. Yeah, there are. There's two of them. That doesn't make any sense. How is that possible? The top is great. Yeah, but why are there two? So if I turn off the bumpers, there should be no bumpers at all. It should just be the table. Okay, that's just the table. I also want to remove this grid thing. I've got like this grid thing that's in the center, which is like overlapping or something. There's some like Z fighting going on there. Okay, but anyways. Maybe it's not the table, it's the HTML. Oh my god, it's this thing. I think the table is exactly where it's supposed to be. It doesn't work either. But how is the table misaligned? Another scale in the HTML. The scale in the HTML is fine. Like that scale, that one's fine. It just ensures that this image is the correct size. The thing that doesn't make sense though is that the table is misaligned with the colliders. So this scale is 0.488 and the position is 0, 0, 0. Maybe it's this positioning here and along with the scaling is causing it to somehow be misaligned, I guess. What if I put the scale here instead? We would have to modify the HTML now. So this is now 16496 approximately. Then the scale here would go away. Which would also remove the scale in this one. This might be a disaster. Yes. Bit of a disaster there. Well, that's a very interesting way to play pool. You can hit the walls. And then everything goes crazy. Oh, because it's a group, it's the rigid body, so this one still needs the scale on it. It's still offset, it's so weird. Any tips for first-time React dev to deploy your app? Depends, Jordy. Depends what you're using. Right? So if you're using Next.js, you're probably just going to use Vercel or something simple. If you're trying to learn a little bit more about like how to actually deploy things, maybe you'll use something like Hetzner, or you'll use something like DigitalOcean. DigitalOcean's probably a lot simpler to get started with, especially if you're just starting out. AWS is probably a little bit more complex. There's a lot more things you can do with it. But it just kind of depends, right? You probably don't need Kubernetes or anything of the sort. If it's your first time deploying an app, you're probably not going to reach a large audience, and you're probably not going to need the scale of Kubernetes. Yeah, it's like some weird offset thing. But the crazy thing is like here, it's all lined up perfectly, and so how is it that it's off at all? It just doesn't make any sense. Yeah, it's only offset on the z-axis. Let's see. So it's this one. This mesh collider. When I use the table geometry, it for some reason doesn't line up the way it's supposed to. Like, we can always offset it, but that shouldn't be necessary. I guess, Jordy, my main tip is just keep building and keep iterating and keep making stuff. And, you know, you learn as you go. And what I like to do is I like to build projects for the technology I'm trying to learn. So if I want to learn Kubernetes, I'll build something that requires Kubernetes, or that can make use of it, you know? If I want to learn React, I'm going to make something that can use React. Let's see, so right now my table is going a little bit too far on that side, and a little bit not enough on that side, so I think I need to increase it just slightly. And if I want to learn 3D, we make a 3D game. That's exactly right, like Pool. Like, we're learning a lot here. We're learning how to make 3D games, we're learning physics, we're learning some Blender. A free Netlify account? I'm not familiar with Netlify. let's see. So you deploy. Okay, so it's got CI/CD. Sure. It's got like serverless functions. But it looks like if you actually start using this, my guess is it's going to be kind of a pain to get off of. You just want to show people your project? Yeah, I mean, you can, actually, I believe AWS is or AWS or GCP has a free tier, I think, for like some micro instance or something. If your project is React or something where it's a single page app, you could use Cloudflare pages or GitHub pages. I like Cloudflare pages personally, and that's completely free for hosting. When you need a backend, that's when things get a little bit trickier. I'm not a fan of serverless all that much. I tried it years ago and I ran into all sorts of issues that I didn't have unless I was using serverless, like cold starts. So I just didn't feel like it was worth it. It's useful for some things. I use it for some like webhooks and some small things, but in general, I tend not to use it. Okay, so we've got it mostly lined up. I don't know why I need to do this. Why is this 5z index offset required? And up otherwise. So like, let's say I don't do this, then I come back over here. Actually, what happens if I just grab the table from this? Is it also misaligned? A problem with the table mesh as well? Mesh seems to have weird artifacts connected to the holes of the table. What do you mean? You mean these? Yeah, the faces are a bit weird. For sure. That's because of how I made the faces. I should probably go back and improve that. I don't know. I don't know if it'll cause issues or not. Howdy, Olaf. Am I winning? All the time. I am not a 3D modeler. I just needed something to work. Because of the projection? No, it's actually like that. It's because of the faces and how I created the faces and everything. I just had Blender automatically do it, and that's what it came up with. Um, add a few more segments, and yeah, like if I segment this more, it'll go away. But then I have more vertices, so I don't know if I want that. I don't know if it's important. Like, it's not gonna show up anyways, as long as it doesn't mess up the physics. Okay, so it seems like no matter what, I have to do this. I don't know why there was lag there. Oh, wait a minute. I know why. Actually, I don't know why. I thought it was because I had like the other mesh. Why does it do that? It wasn't doing this before. I think it's because of the weird triangles. Because it seems like it happens when it overlaps with these, the triangles. Yeah, it does. Oh, God. Okay. So I gotta rethink this. Great. Yep. That's a bug. Okay, so let's see. What are my options? I can either go back, fix up this table so it doesn't have quite so many weird triangle-y bits to it, or I wonder what happens if I start with a plane and then I do like the subtract geometry stuff. Hmm. All right, so basically I need to do wireframe or something so I can, what are these? Not sure. The 6 holes be separate and a bit more complex. Yeah, but I don't know how to do that part. Like, one thing I could do is I could just have it be a plane. But then, like, how do I do complicated things? Because what if I want, like, a hole or something in the table? You know, like a sand trap or something. You know, I could do something kind of like this. And then I could add like a few more vertices or whatever. But you're still gonna get the weird physics behavior in the edges. Hmm. I could do something where I just have detectors, kind of. Um, so whenever the ball like falls off of the table, I could do something that way. Basically, you grab the ball and then you remove its like physics and you just make it fall by shrinking it. Um, once it's like tripped one of these little spots where the ball holes are supposed to be. Um, so I could do that. They'll fix the physics, but it doesn't let me do interesting board shapes. So like if I go over to sculpting, for example, how do I forget how to do this, but like you can like sculpt stuff in certain ways. If the 6 holes are on separate small planes, hmm. Tricky one. Why is it not letting me sculpt? I want to sculpt. Oh well. Like if I do this, there's still multiple panels, and that could still mess up the the physics. So here's what I'm thinking. What I'm thinking is we go back to the polygon stuff. Where we have like this geometry. Oh, that's clever. So they're just like overlapping. Oh, yeah. I guess you'd have like 1, 2. Yeah, I could do that. So there's like 1 square there, 1 there, 1 there, 1 there. Let's see how close I get. I guess the hole would be here then. Because you'd go like... Still a bit of a gap. Hmm. I'm sure there's a better way to do this. I just don't know how to do it. Frozen, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. With time. Yeah, with time I figure it out for sure. I did subdivide. I'm not sure what I subdivided there. I would have expected that to subdivide. Oh, but there's nothing to subdivide. I got it. Thank you for filming. Oh, yeah, I appreciate it. I'm glad you like it. Even if I do this, it's still a pretty big hole there. I think I want to do this the other way, where I just detect that it's fallen, and when I detect that the ball has fallen, I just play some animation or something. Posture check? Okay, okay. Howdy, Doku. Something like this. Yeah. Like, it works pretty well. Hmm. I just wonder if that'll make it... I wonder if that'll make the physics happy. Yeah, it might work. Because it seems like it only really messes up here when there's like a whole bazillion gazillion of them. When it's like this one, I don't really notice any difference. Okay, sure. We'll try it. So we've got the first one, and then we just had to have like one there, one there, one there, one there. It might be easier if I just make another table. Take care, Pano. Appreciate the help. Select that one, get it edit mode. Made the pool table in Blender from scratch. I made the model for it. Okay, not the actual hard part. Wait, why am I doing this by vertex? That's the hard way. Let's do this an easier way. Well, no, because I want it to be one. Let's see. I'm gonna delete that. Start over. Let's just start by surface and... Or no, not surface. Where is it? Plane. There we go. And now I just have to add some extra planes onto this thing. Oh. Oh, that's neat. Poly build. You can do like all sorts of crazy stuff. Okay. Well, that's not what I want to do. Hmm. Can you be full-time at Foon-o? I don't know if we can afford that, Wolf. We can maybe afford like part-time. I don't think we can afford full-time. You just got off work? I'm sorry to hear that, Wolf. Let's see. You know how people are. People are people. Move this over here. A pool table with a blanket on top. Yes, that is exactly right. Kind of. Alright. So that's all this one plane. Now I just need a few more. And then hopefully I can kind of combine it all together. Okay, well, it's not that one. Now, I know there's a way where I can, like, simplify this somehow. The poll stuff is so confusing. You're telling me, Wolf. Okay, well, not that, that's for sure. Collapse doesn't do it. You see changes though? The table looks better? Yeah. This is like the third revision, and then I had to like make the table like go in and around the corners and stuff. And I think I had to fix the position of the diamonds because the designer still got it off. Oh, yeah, but the holes are still too big for a normal pool. I think we've got the same hole size as mini clips, but I think it's not correct still for regular pool. So that's fun. Oh yeah, I can just go in and I can remove all of the faces and then I can reconnect the... Let's see. That designer's expensive, but you know, they're really good at design. Um, hmm. Let's see, I want to duplicate these and move them down, I think. Oh wait, I don't want them there, I want them here. And now I need to remake them. Am I gonna stream a week in a row? We'll see. That means no. Wolf, that means no. Hell nah. Pretty much. You've accomplished a lot. Glad to hear it. I wonder, can I make it so that the intersecting edges somehow create like a vertex? Since you didn't, well, I don't know, Wolf. I wanted to talk to you, but you know, I was busy, and then I was gonna message you yesterday, but yeah. I figured, you know, we would chat again whenever I started streaming again, so it worked out. And Wolf, you sent me a message and then you deleted it, and I couldn't see what you'd said. What the heck did you say? Oh, I'm bringing you up at TwitchCon? I see, I see. Yeah, I think that's fair. You know, like, totally fine to talk good about people. Alright, let's see. Do I do a face there or nah? Nah, I feel like I should subdivide that. This one I can subdivide, right? There we go. That looks a little bit funky. You're like, what the heck did you do? Oh, no, I wasn't talking anything bad, Wolf. I was only saying good things. You know how it is. Talking about your glasses. Well, if your glasses are awesome, okay? Don't let anyone say otherwise. I did not say otherwise. I like your glasses. They're awesome, Wolf. Oh, not what I said the first time? I mean, I said they make you look a certain way, but that's because they're awesome. Alright, there we go. I want to face along these ones. I'm Blender expert now, I wish. Alright. Interesting circles. Woof. I'm doing my best. I'm not a designer. Not yet. It's one of those things that I wish I'd paid more attention to in school, actually. Oh wait, that's not going to be fully lined up. Let's not do it that way. There we go. You wish you didn't pay attention in school. What? How can you say that? There's a few things in school that are like super important. One of those is the essays that you do in English class. That's actually very important if you're programming. The other is actually art. If you're trying to get into like front end or design or you're trying to make games or something, turns out it's actually an important skill to have. But you don't have to worry about like painting or anything like that. That's not useful. But digital art, that is important. Raul, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. 2-month streak. Heck yeah. You've written so much TypeScript lately? Oh, geez. You think you're becoming me? That's a scary thought. Let's move this over here. Yeah, I figured that would happen. So now I gotta go here and then zip across here, subdivide that, check it where I want it. I am sure that there is a much better solution than the way that I'm doing this. But you know what? It works. Kind of. That's a little funky looking, but best plant? Oh, Spot? Yeah, I like Spot. 20 kilobytes for a package? Oh man. 20 kilobytes is not that bad. You reach out to some Sentry people? I'll thank you later. Oh, wait, is Sentry gonna become way smaller now? Wolf, what have you done? Thank you. Let me get something for free. Oh, okay. Thank you, Wolf. I'm just gonna thank you ahead of time. How about that? It was a trade? What did you have to trade? Your soul? I am so okay. Well, anyways, thank you, Wolf. So now I need this thing. To be somewhere around there. I don't think it has to be perfect. I hope. Alright, there we go. Version 2 of the table. Will it physics better? Maybe. Table, and let's save it. Sent on Discord. Oh, thank you, Wolf. I appreciate it. Let's see. Public image. All right, let's export. Oh, let me hide this. Oh, wow, Wolf. I have some more information on that, by the way, Wolf. So I looked at their package, and they've got a few things. If you include the record specifically, it becomes massive. Yeah, the record for Sentry is just silly big. Here we go. So with the integrations enabled, we had an extra, just like, it just bogged down Foon-o, the client. Which makes sense considering what it does. Yeah, but it's like huge. So you can see there are 64 extra kilobytes minified. With 54 being from Sentry Replay. Just amazingly big. It's a cool feature until you realize that it's what's causing like your whole site to slow down. So not recommended for leaving it on. Okay, so now I need to go here. Maybe for a smaller app? Maybe for a bigger app, it's probably okay, because like your thing is probably already really slow anyways. Wait, what? Oh, it's so small because it didn't have any bumpers. I was like, there's no way. Like an enterprise app? Yeah, something like that, where maybe the size doesn't matter so much. The Foon-o repo is this, well, yeah, but we can't, you know, we got to keep it fast and snappy. It's as big as an enterprise app, but the code has to be small. All right, so now if I refresh it, should be different. Great. What the hell? What did I do? Well, the balls are falling, and the table is missing. So my guess would be that the table is not there or something. I don't know what happened. What the hell did I do? So, okay, we got the mesh collider. It's a polygon. Oh, I went back to the regular geometry. And then because we scaled the regular geometry by 0.488, now it's way smaller than it's supposed to be. And so now it's broken horribly. Great. Okay. I know how to fix this. All we have to do is unbreak it. It's just table, I think. It's simple. You just have to fix it, and then it'll be all fixed. And then you won't have to worry about it because it'll be fixed. It's really just that easy. Foon-o's the furthest thing from simple? Pretty much. Great, now it's black. Yeah, because I didn't make it invisible. Also, why is there a square in the center? Where the hell does the square come from? Alright, well, I mean, it's a bit weird looking, but it kind of works. Visible equals false. No pockets physics yet? Yeah, not yet. I can do pockets physics, or I can just have it do kind of like a satisfying thing where it detects that it's off and then it just kind of goes whoosh into that pocket. Because I need to have detectors on each of the pockets anyways. Hmm. Looks like it mostly works. How do you get it to fall in the pocket when it's like a fourth of the way in it? A quarter, a fourth, it's the same thing. I think it will, right? Because, I mean, if you look at the shape of the board, or it will just do the exact opposite and bounce back. What? That's a bit strange. If you hit it too hard, will it recoil out of the hole? Not yet. I mean, if you look at the physics, we don't have any physics on the outside. So we could add it so that if you hit it too hard, it'll ricochet off the wall and back in. Um, but I don't think people want that. I feel like typically when you play pool, like you don't want that to happen. A recommendation to make a static website, Lincoln, just make something that interests you. Make something that solves a problem that you have. It's just the best kind of thing you can do. Right? Like if I had spare time, something that I would make is I'd make a site where I can um, have Twitch chat and YouTube chat and Kick chat and everything else on like a nice unified thing where I can click and moderate people so I can, time people out or ban people, and I don't have to think about what platform it is that they're on. It just works for all the platforms just on one page. So easy moderation, right? Another thing that would be interesting is making Restream, because Restream is not too complicated, and I think their pricing is a bit on the high side, so they probably have really good margins. You could put Restream, you could make a OVH or Hetzner competitor to it, and you're good to go. I don't know. These are the things I think of. That just the things I would work on if I wasn't already working on Foon-o. Oh, what, Wolf? Ideas are worthless. It's execution, right? Oh, when I say it's not... Okay, well... You could figure it out, you know? You'd struggle... Wolf, you wouldn't struggle that much. You'd figure it out just fine. You're brilliant. Okay? I could simplify this a little bit more. Some of the faces could be simplified for the center. You feel stupid every time you mess with anti-cheat? That's because anti-cheat is hard, okay? I feel stupid when I mess with anti-cheat. So if I don't show an HTML image here, is there still something that there's not something in the center? What the hell? So if I just do HTML and I don't do image, okay, so I guess it's fine, but why is it like there's two separate HTML things there? Strange. All right. So the current thing works, but I don't have any detectors to know when a ball has fallen off of the table or where. Because I need to know like which pocket it has hit. So how do I know which pocket it has hit? I think the way I know is whenever the ball falls outside of the area to where its Y position needs to be fixed, I get the coordinate of like the pocket, and then I find the one that it's closest to. And I believe that is mostly accurate. So React 3 Fiber or Rapier, whatever it is I'm using, it has this thing where you can set like an observer or something. You can set something that doesn't do any physical properties or whatever, but whenever something collides with it, you'll get like some notification that like, hey, it's hit something. And so my initial thought was I can have like a circle on each of these, and then like it'll be detected when it runs over there. But the problem is, what if somehow it falls out of bounds and it didn't hit any of them, right? Because that could happen. So I think a slightly more robust approach is just figure out like where the holes are and just based off of that. How did I dress up as for Halloween? A sick person. Somebody with a slight sniffle. That's my normal look? Thanks, Wolf. Sick is insane. Unbelievable. Can't take you anywhere. Okay, so seems to be pretty good. I think it's okay for now. Let's work on detection, I guess. And then well, and I need to do the pull queue. So let's do the pull queue. Hydrate? Okay, okay. New images? No, those are I just used like an AI for that. But I do have this. So any of these that you like? Yeah, for the little game card. So if you've got a favorite, just say like what the number is. Oh. So top left is 1, and then 2, 3, 4, 5. So you like number 4, number 2. All right. Interesting. Well, 1 and 4. I'm not sure which my favorite is. Two poles of multiplayer. I mean, 4 also has 2 poles. In a weird spot. That's true. All right. So now I need like the cue stick. I don't have the full cue stick image. Okay. So what can I do if I don't have a cue stick? Pull cue, awesome. Great. We already have one. All right. So we have a cue stick. What is that? That is a cue stick, Wolf. What do you mean, what is it? All right, let's get a commit in, and then we'll build the control for the cue stick so that we can actually hit the ball in the right position. Did I design it? Of course I did. That is an Acorn original. That's why it's so pretty. It's so pretty, you know, like, come on. Get geometry to Z offset. That's not necessary. We didn't use this after all. We'll just delete all that. So pretty, that's right. That is exactly right, Wolf. Put some of this polygon stuff. What do I use for my physics engine? Rapier. So Rapier is this Rust physics engine. It's really nice. It looks like a turd with blue stuff in it. Wolf? Thank you. That's very kind of you. I appreciate it. Truly. Such wonderful compliments. Okay, I think this is everything I need. All right, improve full people physics. My uptime on my computer. I think it's restarted. Probably. $10 days. Yeah, so I must have restarted it when I got back from TwitchCon. Roughly. So it's been up a pretty decent amount of time though, you know? It's been 2 weeks. 10 days, you know? It's not quite 2 weeks. All right, there we go. Commit that. What the heck is this, Wolf? Push-ups and sit-ups and leg raises? Okay. Torture? It's torture? The good kind? Okay. All right. Light work. Well, if I did push-ups earlier today on stream, so come on. And it's been a while. let's see. Replace full table physics. So that should be good. Okay, now I have to fix impulse at point. All right. So right now, whenever I hit the ball, it's always to the right. Howdy, okay. So I need to be able to grab the position of the cue ball so that I can place an image that spins around the cue ball based on the position of my mouse. Happy belated Halloween, thanks. You too. Oh yeah, I had people like knocking on my door, ringing my doorbell for Halloween, which I didn't really expect because I didn't put out any decorations. But it turns out people do that. So I had to very quickly find candy, and I didn't have any candy, but I did have like a whole box of like the chips and stuff, you know, like the Fritos and Lay's and Funyuns, all the other kinds. So I was like, that'll do. I just rushed out to the door with my giant box of assorted, you know, snacks, and I was like, okay, just take one. And I think it worked pretty well. Oh, what features do I use in this IDE that VS Code doesn't provide? Junk food? I mean, it's chips. It's healthier, right? It's like not full of sugar. I'm not sure, Origin. I don't know VS Code well enough to be able to fully answer that. I can just tell you like what the hotkeys are that I use. I literally use one all the time. Which one? You know, you got control space for autocomplete and stuff. Oh yeah, this one. So if I do like P, you know, it works great. And then if I do this, like if I like, let's say I don't need the second ending tag, I just do /, boom. You know, VS Code doesn't do that. They'll use this just out of comfort and habit. Yeah, because it does everything I need it to. That's it. Okay, it's like I can go to definitions, right? With Control B, I can Control Shift A to do whatever. Control Shift then to go for a particular file. Control Shift F with a file mask. I'm guessing you can do all this in VS Code as well. Control R to replace something. Control Shift R to replace it across everything. I can Control W to increase this selection scope or space of something. So like a lot of the time you'll see me go like here and I'll just want to, you know, delete that or copy it. So I'll just hit Control W a few times or Control Shift W if I've selected too much. You know, I can navigate between the different tabs with Control Tab, navigate between the windows with Control Shift Alt left and right. You know, Control W to close, Control Shift T to reopen. Control Shift A. Oh yeah, Control Shift Alt Numpad 0 to create a new file in the same directory as whatever my currently active tab is. What else do we use? Sometimes Control Alt L if like you suck at formatting. You know, you can just Control W a few times, Control Alt L. Alt up and down arrows to navigate between functions. I use that. Control up and down to change what I'm seeing without changing where my cursor is. Local history. I use this all the time. So if I make a change and then I wanted to go back to what I had before, I can just look at local history and kind of compare with like a diff of what it was before. So that one's very useful. Nate, howdy. How's it going? Yeah, I think Nate was also at TwitchCon. Yeah. So I got to see Nate there. Control Shift Tab. I don't actually use Control Shift Tab on JetBrains or the Control Shift E stuff. I think, well, you were there. I remember you. Okay, it's like, it's the names. Okay, it's like, you know, yeah, you were there. Yes, I know. We had lots of conversations. I know. It's like I need to see the avatar, you know? Like your Twitter avatar and your hotel room. Okay, yeah, right. Oh yeah. I remember that. Um, okay. Pre-gamed way hard. No, I didn't pre-game that hard. There were other people, Wolf, okay? Come on. Actually, did I don't know if I drank in your hotel room, mate. Like I know everyone else, like, you know, you had like a lot of alcohol there, but I don't recall drinking anything there. Yeah, no, I don't think I did. You have way too much left? Oh, jeez. It was fun, though. It was so much fun. TwitchCon was great. You have so many jokes now? Oh, boy. Wonderful. Dev streamers apparently not the hugest... Yeah, well, there was at one time, when we were all at, like, at the Bellagio drinking. And, I had a few drinks that night. I had, like, 4? 3? Something like that. But I drank lots of water, and it was over a long period of time, so it wasn't too bad. It was the most I've drank in, like, since before COVID. What is OPA? Makers and Ditas? All I know is that I asked this one bartender for something that was fruity and didn't taste like alcohol, and he gave me Sex on the Beach. And so then from like then on, you know, and my go-to drink was just a Sex on the Beach because it was the one drink I knew the name of. All right. A bunch of rookies. Well, not everyone. I think Codephobia drank a lot. Codephobia got smashed. Nyx didn't even look it though. All right, let's see. You think Chris just had one? Chris was really good with the alcohol. Let's see. He was also very generous. I remember he did like I think he did like a few rounds or something for everyone. All right, let's see. It was in Vegas? Yeah, it was in Vegas, all right. Let's see. This is the X and the Y, so this is the M. Okay, so this is the part where I have to change it. You figured people would not be spending time at the con? Yeah, it was kind of like we all went to the convention to meet up to then go elsewhere. One block away, right? Yeah, Nate. Yeah, like the one thing I learned about Vegas is blocks are absolutely enormous. I didn't realize just how big a block is in Vegas. Distance isn't real in Vegas at all. Yeah, it's like you think you've got like a block in SF or a block in any normal city, right? Like Manhattan. It's not the same as in Vegas. All right, so we got the magnitude. So now I need to get the angle. Hmm. Worse in New York. New York isn't so bad. With New York, I felt like when I went to Manhattan, I could just jog everywhere and it was just fine. Same with SF. New York, or like Manhattan specifically, and San Francisco, very easily joggable. But Las Vegas, no way. Can you finally play pool on a smartwatch? 25 gold, we are nowhere close to that yet. Hmm. Oh yeah, that's right. We had an all-you-can-eat buffet. It was like $80. But like just about everyone was there and it was a lot of fun. I didn't even try the crab. I was going to, but then I decided not to because like it's crab and you gotta like crack it open and I don't know, I was lazy. It was really hard to find vegetables there though. They didn't have very much. I had like some Brussels sprouts in Vegas. Yeah, in Vegas, but you gotta eat healthy. Or at least try to. Although, there's this one place called Dirt Dog, I think. Oh, it's so good. They have these hot dogs and then they wrap them in bacon. It's so good. Like an absolute heart attack? No. For the heart attack, you go to Heart Attack Grill, which is actually really close to Dirt Dog. So you're not far off. You know, I kind of wish I had gone to Heart Attack Grill now and just been like, yeah, do you have anything that's vegan? And I'm not vegan or anything of the sort. I love meat, but I just think it'd be funny to ask them. All right, let's see. So that's a 0. So then if I do angle in degrees 90, let's try it now. Probably get bounced out the door. Probably. Okay, cool. So now I can do whatever angle I want. Or I can hit the ball around. Perfect. But looking at, yeah, it's a work in progress, you know. It's a lot to learn. There's a lot to it. I kind of wish I had chosen an easier game to make. All right. Can you go back now? Yeah, we're finishing it. All right. So I can now choose some angle. But it's almost like it's backwards because if I choose 0, it shoots it to the right. And when I think of like the unit circle, you know, it's 0, it's like to the right of the thing, right? So when you're dealing with a unit circle, here's where 0 is, and then like here's 90, 180, 270, and so on, right? So I'm thinking this little line is kind of like the cue stick, and then the center is kind of like the cue ball. So shouldn't 0 degrees be over here? So do I just have the signs backwards? let's see, 90 degrees, it's down. Yeah, I think this is backwards. So then 180, wait, what? I hit it, what? A favor? Sure, Wolf. Change sort by date. There. That's not quite right. Yeah, I'm not sure what it is, Wolf. England radians. So the magnitude is a positive number. Geometry and math, right? Like, for some reason, if I do a negative value here for the magnitude, I think everything will line up the way it's supposed to. But then the break velocity is negative. So that's weird. It's either I do that, or I just add 180 to the degrees to get everything to line up the way I expect it to. Oh, why? Can you just do pool and then say it's done? Yes. So if I type this, you know, in the code, then it's just done, and then, you know, don't have to implement anything. But that's just too simple. We gotta actually implement it. Would be nice if I could do that. You did Foon-o once and it worked? That's amazing. Yeah, don't tell people that 25 gold, because then they're gonna know how to create Foon-o. See, I make it look like it's really hard to build Foon-o, and then it takes 150,000 lines of code or whatever it is, and lots of years and of iteration. But the truth is, if you just type in Foon-o in your IDE like this, it will just build everything for you, and then you've got all of Foon-o. You can actually do Foon-o. Okay. Okay, Wolf. I can too. It's called, you make a function called Foon-o. Right? Like, oh wow, it works. Hi, Boo. How's it going? Alright, let's see. Maybe I'll just leave it as is, and then I'll just say that I have to add 180 or something. All right. So next up is I need to figure out how to get the pool queue positioned properly. Is React 3.5 or something new? It's not too new. It's just new for Foon-o. We haven't used it before. Been around for, I don't know, 2 years at least. Maybe longer. Let's see. Yeah, about 2 years. 3 years, even. Or 4. Here for the snooker tournament. It'll be a while, Kai. It'll be a while. I have to implement the snooker. I've got to implement a whole bunch of things. That was V2? Yeah, it was the oldest I could see, though. So it seems like 4 years. We'll get there, though. I would like to have snooker tournaments and things. What is snooker? Snooker is a special type of game involving a few different balls that you hit. I think the balls are like, they got a couple different color ones. I don't understand how to play it, but it's a really, really big table, and this is snooker. Drawn exactly to scale. So that'll be interesting. I'm gonna have to figure out like how I'm gonna get the balls to be the right size and the holes the right size, and oh my goodness. Table is that big? Yeah, this is a snooker table. It's huge. Are they marbles? No, they're cue ball. They're pool balls. Like it's just a really big table. See? It's a big table. So that's going to be interesting because obviously the sizes here are not the right sizes. It's got different rules than pool 2. It makes it more challenging and fun. I'm sure it does. All right, let's do this. Let's go ahead and go to the physics and let's turn off all the other stuff. Shouldn't have said that. Well, if you still gotta do the AI for checkers, we're still waiting on that. All right, let's see. You train it then? I don't know if I can. I can try, but my computer might catch fire. All right, let's see. Stock Wolf engine. Yes, this is. It uses the Stock Wolf engine. You've crashed your PC 70 times at this point. That's insane. So do I need the point light still? I don't think I do. I still need the ambient light? I don't think I do. Awesome. So I can delete both of these. So why does it crash, Wolf? Is it just not enough VRAM? It was great meeting you at TwitchCon. Yeah, definitely, Ian. Not enough VRAM? Jeez, if you don't have enough VRAM, I definitely don't have enough VRAM. Alright. So now how do I want to do the pull queue? So let's see. So I think what I need is I need to know the position of the cue ball. So I think I need, if the cue ball is on the table, I need the position of it, else I need to know that it's not on the table. Any advice on how to get motivated to learn new things and code more? That's a tough one, UZB. Finding something you love does help, but if you are burned out from your 9 to 5, it's sometimes still not enough. It can help if you make it easier to code. So always having your IDE open, like reducing the amount of friction to start doing something helps with motivation. So like, for example, if I want to exercise, I literally just go downstairs and hop on my Peloton. I've got like the special things so that I don't have to put the shoes on. It's like I made it as easy as possible to work out. And that helps you like get into it more. Same thing with code. If you want to get into coding, having your IDE always open, ready to go, helps. When is Pool going to be released? It'll be like a few months, probably. It's going to be a while. Other things that can help you is to associate with people who help motivate you. So people who are motivated and like hardworking, it tends to rub off on you too. If you are around people who are very lazy and aren't motivated, then you're probably not going to be motivated either. Have you seen Project IDX? No, I haven't. Project IDX. Web-based workspace. Okay, cool. So it's Cider, except let's see. Let's go ahead and connect my Google account. Sure, we can take a look at it. That's cute. I like the way they do that little you're on the wait list thing. I can't show it because it shows some of my personal info, but it's pretty neat. You run everything on Google Cloud? That does not sound nice. That sounds the opposite of nice. I don't actually want to run everything web-based. I kind of want it to be a bit more local. Because, you know, the performance matters, right? Like latency is important. But if you're working on a really big project where you can't run everything on your computer, I could see it being very useful. Like when I was at Google, Cider was really great because you couldn't actually pull all of the code that you've depended on locally. Just the Google code base was so massive and it's a monorepo. Okay, so I could store the cue ball position here. Or are they always doing the same stuff? I don't know. All right. So I need to know if this is the cue ball, and if it is, then I need to store that in full store. Do we have full store yet? I don't. There we go. It's more like an X and a Z. Don't. I guess I could add a Y position. Sure. Sure, why not? Next time you go to CA, what, California? Yeah, maybe, Wolf. Like SF or something? It depends what time. I think I've done enough travel for, you know, the last few weeks, last few months. But yeah, I'd be down. So pull store dot sets cue position. I guess I could have called it cue ball position. Oh well. Might even get to see the new ellipsis. Oh man. I've always wanted to see the new ellipsis, Wolf. That sounds so exciting. If I set it as a vector, is that gonna be okay? Or is that gonna get modified somehow? Let's see. That sounds very exciting, Wolf. Obviously, I'm not going to say anything on stream. That sounds really cool. Alright, so that's full store. I guess I should be safe and actually just make a copy of it. Alright. Let's say position of the cue ball. Hi, Barty. How's it going? Make him pull, yeah. Alrighty. So here's where we're at so far. I've got the physics improved now for it to like actually going around the corners and, you know, falling off this little thing here. Other than that, we are also tracking the position of the cue ball now, so that I'll be able to have some kind of thingy that rotates around the cue ball. So that's what we're doing now. I don't already have pull cue, right? Cool. Let's see. All right, let's see. This is what I need. So now I can do the pull cue, and we'll just have it be like this little HTML thing. And we can position it wherever the heck the cue stick is. So then I also need the position of the mouse. And then I have to figure out based on the mouse position what the angle needs to be from the world position. There has to be a simple way to do this. All right, let's see. So I want supported image, game pull, items, do pull queue, awesome. For events none, occlude is blending. Okay, so there should be a cue stick somewhere if I actually add it to the scene. Perfect. So now there's the cue stick, and now I need it to position itself. Maybe make it a little bit smaller, and then position it based on where the cue ball is. Let's see. Now, how do I position this? And rotate it. So there's like two things here. I want a pivot point, but I don't want the pivots. Wolf doesn't recognize art. That's beautiful. Yeah, look at the beautiful cue stick. You know, like that is. It looks like a veiny, hairy fingernail or something. Kind of. Like that is a beautiful cue stick. Am I wrong? Doesn't it? It looks like a finger. A very long, stretchy finger with blue stuff on it and brown stuff on it. Looks like a messed up banana. Yeah, it kind of does look like a messed up banana. Actually, it does. It looks a lot like a messed up banana. All right. So we have the center position. If not center, then return null. Oh, I get it now. You know why they call it a cue stick? It's because it's the stick that hits the cue ball. Probably. I never thought of that. Because I was like, why is it called a cue stick? Well, it makes sense though. Okay. Look, I'm learning, Wolf. I'm learning, okay? You get out. I was out for like 2 weeks. Some things we can just say in our minds. Yeah, I could say it in my mind, but it's not as fun. All right? Just mentally. Sometimes I say those mentally things out loud, you know? All right. So now it's oh, well, I saw it. There it is. Why? It's a little bit long. I mean, versus the guy she tells me not to worry about. Yeah, right? Okay, why is it so gosh darn ginormous, though? Oh. Because it wants it, not an X, Y, Z, it wants a different one. Alright, let's try that again. This time, it is a list. Alright, let's try that again. Ah, there it is. Okay. It's just stuck in the center. What the hell? Ah, you see that though? There's like green stuff there. That's the HTML. That's the thing that was in the center on the other area. It's like... oh, weird. It's very flat. Yeah, it's a Q stick, Wolf. It's a... of course it's flat. We're faking it. Alright. So why does it have like this weird border around it? Bull sticks, Q sticks, they've got girth? I bet you'd know all about that, wouldn't you, Wolf? Because you probably play a lot of pool. Let's see. I don't know what you mean yet. Oh, come on, I'm messing with you. Now, where on earth? Must be one of these. Okay, so that's the table. You expected something else? What did you expect, Wolf? One thing that I think is super awesome though is like React 3 Fiber or whatever, it just actually modifies the transforms of the HTML. So it's just like just a straight up a div that's just been modified of this absolutely insane transform, which I think is super cool. What I'm currently thinking, I'm thinking there's one in the middle end of the table. What? I don't think so. I think it's just because of the way HTML works that it looks like that. It's not under the table, it's actually on top of the table. It's really trippy to look at. But the weird thing is that it's clipping. What way is the top? This is the top. Yeah, it's like some trippy stuff. Like the Z index of this thing is below the Z index of the table, even though it should be greater than the table. So it should be like, what? The Z index needs to be somewhere. I thought the Z index is now higher, 837. So, it keeps changing. That's why. Yeah, it just keeps getting replaced immediately. What, so Rapier just creates a ton of, or React 3.5? No, this is a special thing. So this is like this HTML thing here, so that it lives in the DOM instead of in the canvas, right? And so that's why there's like this div thing to a wall of Wolfred. Hi, JSbox. Yeah, we're trying to figure out how to fix this very beautiful pull queue so that the Z index is supposed to be like on top of the pull table. And I can probably fix it, but that's not the only issue. It also causes this really crazy thing where it cuts the ball in half, and that's gonna mess up the shadow. Z index infinite. We're not doing that. No way. Like the shadow is gone too, though. So I've got to fix it somehow. I don't know why, but for some reason that it's like, what if? Okay, what if I do this? What if I say occlude is like I just ignore occlude. I just don't mention that. Maybe it'll be fine. Okay, so that didn't work at all. What? All right, let's see. Who is this? Who is what? Me? Let's see. Yeah, Wolf, I got to meet Juicebox. It was amazing. Position, rotation. Okay, what if I do... Occlude false? How was TwitchCon? Tops, TwitchCon was amazing. Did I get drunk? I got tipsy. I try not to get drunk these days. I don't want a hangover ever again. My last hangover that I had was in... That is so trippy looking. What? So using occlude in one HTML thing but not the other just breaks everything horribly? What the hey and heck? Can't recover from drinking? Oh, come on. Is TypeScript harder than JavaScript? I would say JavaScript is harder than TypeScript for large projects. So with TypeScript, you get a lot of nice autocompletes and things if you keep your code nice and clean. And it helps you identify problems early on. Okay. This pull queue is getting tricky. And how's the position anyways? So I mean, that part of it works. Like, it's staying with the Q stick. It's just like the Z index is not quite nice. Z index range? Okay, what if I just give it like some crazy Z index range? Okay then. I think it worked, but I think it worked a little bit too well. So I think the problem is that it's taken up like the whole size of everything. Doesn't make sense because the background is transparent. Hmm. GitHub repo clone the word interesting. All right. Okay. So Z index range didn't help at all. It's weird because I also have this other text, which is just not an image, it's just the debug stats, and there's no issues at all there. Seems like there's only an issue because it's an image? Ever look at your door in a dark hallway and think something's moving? Yeah, well, that's why I live in a small place. What does that mean? I don't have hallways? I mean, I got like a small hallway, but it's not a very big one. It's like the stairs go up or whatever, and then there's like a very small. It's not even much of a hallway because it's still open. So yeah, not really. Okay, what if I do this? Maybe the problem is that there is a background and it's just like absolutely massive. No, that's basically not there at all. Tob's off Twitch. Hi, Tobs. Off Twitch. Doing pretty well. You're still on Twitch, though. So I don't see how that works, but, you know. Doing okay. Why does the z-index do this? Maybe it's... No, I was gonna say maybe it's the position of, like, the z-index here, you know? Let's do this. All right. That works, kind of. Except it does weird things to the pool stick. Okay. Why does it cover the whole thing? The invisible green panel. Right? The green panel is annoying. So if I lower it down, then it will reduce the impact of the green panel. But it still has this massive thing on it, which is messing everything up. This will make other games easier? Oh, for sure. Anything after this will be much easier. It's like, oh, it's 3D? It doesn't need physics? Oh, hallelujah. Is it Blender or, I mean, this is Blender. Still rendering in a plane? Yeah, it's strange. Because this is 452 by 225, but it seems as if it's being stuck on like a plane that's like 450 by 450. The green thing, where is this thing coming from? Well, it's not a green thing. If you look, it's just completely transparent. So this is being caused by this occlusion. So it seems as if this HTML thing, the size of it is just the same width and height. The problem is I don't want that to happen. I want it to match the dimensions of the cue stick, but I can't. Like, it's a bit tricky. Check if I can use a quad mesh or something. So like one solution would be to not use HTML and just don't use HTML, right? I don't want occlusion to happen. Am I using a canvas? I'm using a canvas for all the non-HTML stuff. So the balls are on a canvas. The table that the balls are on is HTML that sits under the canvas. And the cue stick is HTML that sits above the canvas. But all of it is controlled by React through Fiber so that the coordinates are where they're supposed to be. And that makes this a little bit tricky. So you can see there, I've got it now just above it. It would be so perfect if I could just get rid of the occlusion that's occurring. Occlusion. That doesn't look right. Yeah, it's like eclair. Not as tasty as an eclair, unfortunately. Okay, what if I do this? What if we look at some of the examples of React through Fiber with HTML? Maybe something in one of these examples will help explain how this can be done. Respects objects and fronts. Yeah, it didn't work. The modal should either be on top of canvas or have a higher Z index. Yeah, so I don't want the occlusion though. One thing I wish is when I did Control Q, I wish it told me like some of the Java doc, like what is the default? How does this work? That would be amazing. If I do occlude like that, it doesn't work at all. Occlude false, that doesn't work either. I just don't see why this somehow makes it so that nothing gets shown below it. And somehow this just magically works super duper crazy well. Maybe it's because of where I'm sticking the HTML. Maybe it's because I didn't stick it inside of a mesh, and that's causing issues. No one sticks it in a mesh? Uh, this one does. What's it like outside of a mesh? Apparently that's what it looks like without a mesh. It looks the same. What about without occlude? Oh, now it's on the back as well. Okay, so the mesh isn't necessary. And it's just a group and some other groupy things. So based on that, I would imagine it should just be completely, totally fine. Give it a spin. Yeah, this is awesome. So why does that one work? This code sandbox? Yeah, it's awesome. It's really, really cool. I wonder if it's because of the orthographic camera. Nope, it's not the orthographic camera. Turning orthographic off makes this look really strange. Alright, so pull table. Instead of pull table is screw up rooted body, all that other jazz. What if I don't specify the occlusion and I just say occlude like they had in the example? Hey, it works, kind of. Perfect. All right. So specifying occlude really freaks everything out. But there was something else. There was something that mentions having it be like behind. Prepend. So maybe if I say prepend, no, it just completely freaks the hell out. What if I don't include this and I prepend it? Not quite what we're going for. But I mean, I think we're onto something. It seems to be that having the backgrounds interferes with this cue stick. All right, so we're on to something. Popping on Google. What do you mean? Like Foon-o? Oh wow, look at that. Twitch. Well, wow, interesting. I didn't expect to show up in the VODs for Google. Interesting. It's actually very interesting. So the titles matter then, because you can show up on Google. That's an interesting cheat code, Wolf. All right, let's see. So I need to react to Dre. What have you done? Well, you can SEO your VODs. I think is the TLDR, which is nice. Yeah, it is nice. Okay, now this is useful. Project content behind the canvas. You can just set that to prepend, you know, sure. Um, I think the other thing is I'll have to make sure that my z index is correct. True occludes the entire scene. Default is false. Can hide behind geometry as if it was part of the 3D scene. I see. So this is the issue right here. So HTML blending, which is what we were using, it only occludes rectangular HTML elements by default. So you have to specify a geometry to occlude different shapes, which obviously we don't want to do. I really just want occlusion to be off. Like, I don't want it to occlude at all. But it doesn't work. Now I'm gonna dehydrate? Oh no. That's awful. So somehow that breaks. What the hell? Maybe I need double-sided or something. Okay, well now it's totally broken. Great. Alright, I'm gonna find someone to raid. I'm still recovering, so I'm gonna call it here. And then I'll be back tomorrow. I got a bit of a cough. Have a good night. Thanks, Wolf. Let's see. Google Analytics is dead. Ooh. I could raid Theo, or I could raid Purple Elf. I might raid Purple Elf. Let's see, is anyone else on? Yeah, let's raid Purple Elf. Early stream? Ray Juice, is Juicebox on? Okay, yeah, sure. All right, take care, everyone. I appreciate you being here, and I'll be back tomorrow with more full progress. Hopefully, we'll figure out the Q stick and figure out how to like actually get it working so that we actually have controls. And then after that, we'll do like the back end, get some simple full stuff going, and then start improving it. Figure it out tonight? Probably will. All right, take care.